City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to proceed with roll call, and I have a brief announcement after that. We'll start off. Member Kendrick,
Here.
Councilmember Krupa,
Here.
Councilmember Lilienthal. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Mills. Here. All members are present, with the exception of Councilmember Krupa, who is participating remotely. And I have a brief announcement for the council and mayor. Mayor and City Council, we have a request from Councilmember Linda Krupa to participate remotely under the Just Cause provisions of AB 361. Councilmember Krupa is appearing remotely due to illness, and as authorized by Section 54953 of the Brown Act, it would be appropriate at this time for the council to consider a vote on a motion to approve of Councilmember Krupa's request to participate remotely.
I'll make a motion.
Second. Do a roll call motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Lilienthal. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
Yes.
Mayor Mills.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0. And for the record, I do have to ask Councilmember Krupa, one more item to enter into the record. Councilmember Krupa, can you disclose if there is anyone else in the room with you over the age of 18? And if so, your relationship with that person? Councilmember Krupa, can you hear me? She vacated. We'll make a note for the record in the open session upcoming.
So we'll note that the council approved the motion and that Councilmember Krupa is not currently in part of the meeting. When she comes back, we'll note that for the record.
I think she just joined us. Councilmember Krupa, can you hear me? Councilmember Krupa?
Yes, I'm here. I just got kicked off and now I'm back on.
Okay, great. I have one more item to enter into the record. I just have a quick question for you. Can you disclose if there's anyone else in the room with you over the age of 18? And if so, your relationship with that person?
There is no one else here with me.
Perfect. That concludes our edit into the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the agenda. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City Clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Mayor, there are no registered speakers, and I'll call out to the Zoom call. If there's anyone on the Zoom call, now is the time to raise your hand, and we'll give you just a few brief moments. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no registered public comment.
Thank you. We will now move on to our first discussion item. May we have a staff report from the Community Development Director, Alanese Fletcher? Flater.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Monique Alanese Flater, Development Director. This evening is a presentation and workshop for municipal code amendments for in accordance with the California Housing Code legislation. In 2022, the Western Riverside Council of Government received a Regional Early Action Planning Grant to support jurisdictions carrying out activities that facilitate local housing production. WRCOG offered to provide services to the city at no cost, consistent with the council's desired goal to seek grant opportunities when available. On June 14th, 2022, the City Council approved a resolution number 22-084 to approve an agreement for local staff assistance to facilitate City of Hemet housing code updates from legislation enacted between 2017 to 2021. Since then, WRCOG consultant WSP has been actively working with the City of Hemet in evaluating the Hemet Municipal Code for compliance with recently enacted legislation, as well as preparation of draft zoning code updates that will be presented to the council at future meetings. David Sauls with WSP will be presenting further this evening. Thank you.
Good evening, council members, mayor. So I have a fairly brief presentation on the housing legislation update that was performed over the past year. This is the second workshop that we presented. The first one was on January 16th with the Planning Commission. So housing legislation over the past few years has covered a number of topics that are listed on this slide here, including ADUs, density bonus law, permit streamlining. There have been a lot of changes. So this presentation is meant to provide a brief overview. You'll notice in your packet that the slides also contain a little more detail though. Every other slide on each of the bills that was passed and that's related to this legislation change. So I'll keep it brief and then we'll open it up for questions on any specific bills or specific topics. As the Community Development Director mentioned, this project is funded by a regional early action planning grant from the state that's managed by Western Riverside Council of Governments. Some of the bills that we reviewed require actual changes to the city code. Others that I'm going to go through don't require anything to be stated or changed in the code, but they still apply. We made updates to 9 sections of the zoning code, chapter 90. And because of the funding timeline with REAP and WRCOG, we were able to include the legislation up through the 2021 session, but not 22 and 23 sessions. I will describe some of those key bills near the end of this presentation. And we did verify that none of those key bills conflict with the updates that we have recommended here. So I'll jump into the major topics that the state bills covered and talk about how it impacts Hemet. The first topic is one of the biggest ones over the past few years, ADUs, accessory dwelling units. The state's been trying to find ways to nudge the development of more ADUs statewide. So some of the significant bills that are on this slide, some of the more significant bills are on this slide, and they require, among other things, ministerial approval for 1 ADU and 1 JADU, junior ADU, per single family lot, and then more for multi-family lots. They allow ADUs in cities that don't have an ADU ordinance. Hemet already does, so that's a little less relevant. They exempt ADUs of 750 square feet or less from any type of impact fee. And they require cities to allow ADUs that are built by qualified nonprofits to be conveyed. As mentioned, yeah, Hemet already has a ADU ordinance. It's fairly robust, but we did still find a couple of recommended updates to be made. The dark blue box goes through some of those key updates to state law, and then the light blue box to the right are the those changes that we're recommending for the city's code. I can, just mention those briefly. One is that an ADU may be conveyed or sold separately if it's developed by a qualified nonprofit and it meets some affordability requirements. There's some updated size requirements about allowable minimum sizes. There's also some new changes to what types of ADUs must be permitted ministerially, and just some corrections to, or language added that mentions that a non-conforming ADU that was built has up to 5 years, or has 5 years to make corrections and become conforming. There are also a lot of affordable housing related bills over the past few years from 2017 to 21. We kind of looked at this and really focused on the 13 key bills related to affordable housing. The bills in general add more reporting responsibility for the city, and they add more incentives for building more affordable housing and preserving existing affordable housing. Okay. Let's see. Okay, hold on a second. Sorry. Don't know how that jumped around a bit. Yep. Again, so this slide includes that summary of those significant bills. So the bills have to do with defining different types of affordable housing, like farm worker housing. They also add protections for mobile homes and more requirements for permit streamlining. Okay, so there were a few housing related changes to CEQA. 2 bills in particular.
Mr. Sauls,
Yes.
I'm gonna have IT just briefly pause your presentation. They're gonna share the presentation with the viewers at home. So if you give me just one moment, I apologize for the interruption. Thank you.
Okay, so we covered ADUs and affordable housing. Those are 2 of the biggest topics, changes in state legislation over the last 5 years. Some of these next topics are a little, there have been less changes. CEQA, there were two bills, AB 140 and SB 7, that are relevant to the city, but don't require any specific changes to the code. SB 7 is about expedited litigation, and AB 140 is connected to COVID and expires in July of this year. The state density bonus law, there continue to be changes in that in the past few years. These include reducing impact fees and reducing parking requirements and adding additional incentives. These are some of the significant bills that made changes to the density bonus law. They set the affordability period up to 55 years. They prohibit charging impact fees against the affordable units in a density bonus law project. There are new incentives for projects that have 100% affordable units and student housing, and there are parking reductions as an incentive that are slightly less relevant now because of AB 2097. Equity and fair housing, there are 5 bills under this category. We found no updates necessary to the municipal code regarding these 5 bills. They do include ensuring access and amenities are equal in a mixed income project for the market rate and affordable units. And they create a state program to redact unlawfully restrictive covenants. So again, none of these bills require updates to the code, but still relevant. There have been a lot of updates to approvals and streamlining, though, in the past few years. These include amendments to the Large Housing Accountability Act and its purpose of speeding up approvals for infill housing development. There are limits are set on discretionary reviews and hearings and review time periods. Developments in certain cases can apply for vesting rights upon application. And most of these project approval and streamlining bills that have passed are specifically related to multifamily housing projects. So I have 2 slides here, this one and the next one, that call out some of the significant bills. And a lot of these do have crossover with other topics like affordable housing. A lot of the project approval and streamlining only applies to affordable housing, not all, but a lot. Also zoning and shelters. And again, we can go over specifics if you'd like at the end of this presentation. These are those other big bills that will require some tweaks to the city code. There are also bills that have more to do with the requirements of planning documents, including the housing element. They give the state more teeth in ensuring that cities follow their housing element and that they include affirmatively furthering fair housing goals. For example, AB 721 allows the owner of an affordable housing development to request that all covenants, conditions, and restrictions that restrict the number and size of residences be rendered unenforceable. For reporting requirements, some of the state bills also changed other requirements for the content of the housing element. So what's going to be required for the next cycle housing element, and also requirements for what constitutes a valid nexus study. There are no updates, though. We didn't find any updates that would be required at this time to the code, though. That said, number of the city's nexus studies will, for impact fees, will need to be updated in the near future. There are also no updates necessary for bills related to tenant protections. City does, though, need to be sure to continue to inform its operational code enforcement and planning teams of required changes in building inspection and violations based on state legislation, especially AB 838. And all of this information is also summarized in the full staff report. And here are the summaries of those top 4 bills. For the youth transitional and emergency housing bills, there are 6 bills passed over that 5-year period. They allow certain shelters as uses by right. And they also include a new definition of a new type of shelter called a low barrier navigation center. It's a temporary shelter that includes services to help people find permanent housing. And these low barrier navigation centers are one of those types of supportive housing that is now going to be required as by right use in certain zones. Also just your general supportive housing will also be required as a by right use. Okay. There are also some major bills in the zoning category. One that got the most attention is probably SB 9 that allows a single family lot to be split to allow for to be split and to allow duplexes. So potentially up to 4 houses on a single lot. For SB 9, related to, or as part of SB 9 though, projects can't demolish existing houses and they must follow the city's existing design standards, and new parcels must be of similar size and both at least 1,200 square feet. So far, basically this list of factors seems to be limiting the actual implementation of SB 9 across the state. We haven't actually seen it implemented much yet. Still, it made a fairly big splash. There are also some other bills that allow smaller home lot developments and or smaller single-family home lot developments in multifamily zones. And another bill that allows family daycares in homes as a by right use. And this is a slide with those 3 big bills, the ones that I just mentioned. Family daycare, small single-family homes on multifamily sites, and SB 9. Okay, so that is alphabetically the list of topics that we covered as we kind of went through all of that housing legislation from 2017 through 2021. Since 2021, there also been some major bills that we wanted to bring up here, just so you all are aware that these will also most likely require some changes to the code. The first are kind of a pair, AB 2011 and SB 6. So those are 2 bills that basically do the same thing. They allow residential in commercial and retail zones and parking, I believe, as a by right use if they meet a certain list of criteria. And actually on the next slide, I'll show you a table to kind of go over some of that criteria so you have a better understanding of like how residential would be allowed in these commercial zones. Another big bill, SB 4 at the bottom of the list here, that that allows churches or faith-based institutions and nonprofit universities to build affordable multifamily housing on their own land as a by right use. So those are 2 really big ones. AB 1332, that is not a requirement, but the state is now allowing cities, if they decide to do so, to pass an ordinance that allows ADUs to be conveyed separately from the primary residence. So right now, the state requires that ADUs be allowed to be conveyed if they're developed by a qualified nonprofit and they meet affordability requirements. This takes it a step further, but it leaves it up to the city if they want to allow any ADU to be conveyed. And then AB 2097, I kind of mentioned that in passing in the beginning of the presentation. That is essentially eliminates the city's ability to impose any type of parking minimum for development that's within a half mile of a major transit stop as defined by the state. This is that table of SB 6 and AB 2011 and SB 6 projects. And kind of gives you a breakdown of how they are the same and how they differ. Both are the bills are to allow multifamily housing in office, retail, or parking zones. But they come with a certain list of conditions. They both have labor requirements. They do, interestingly, they do not have affordability AB 2011 has some affordability requirements if they do not meet certain size requirements. Other than that, there are no affordability requirements. Yeah, AB 2011 is CEQA exempt. SB 6 is not. It's going to be interesting to see how this kind of plays out across the state. One other thing with SB 6 or with AB 2011, excuse me, is that there's also a streamlining requirement on the city to review. They have a certain time period to review projects based on the number of units. And if they don't meet that timeline, the project is deemed to be compliant. SB 4 is sometimes referred to as Yes in God's Backyard bill. It allows the faith-based institutions to build affordable housing. The requirement is that the entire project needs to be affordable housing, 100%. And then on top of that, there are certain requirements of what level of affordability. And I think I have it here. Yes. So 100% must be lower income households, except 20% of that. So 20% can actually be moderate income. So 80% low income, 20% moderate income. Yeah, not CEQA exempt. And they must be reviewed using objective development standards. So that's also important to point out. So that's it's a lot. And I went through a lot of bills and a decent amount of proposed changes to the municipal code. A lot more that is relevant but will not require specific changes to the code. Next steps, I believe you all should have a copy of the red line track changes version of the recommended updates to the code. In terms of schedule, next steps would then be planning commission hearing and then city council hearings to be considered for adoption. And now I'll leave it up to Q&A. I'll do my best to answer questions. I might have to kind of flip back and forth to the legislation itself just to refresh myself on all these bills, but be happy to hear any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. I do have comments. These are in law, but I kind of want to be on the record with some of the concerns I have. But I noticed that there are extra slides in here than what we were were presented. So, can we get a copy of, this presentation as well?
Yes.
So, I do have a lot of concerns. AB 68, reducing setbacks, that I feel is an issue. I think that's a safety issue as well. We need defensible space, and our public safety need to have a certain amount of distance to get around buildings to help protect them. For SB 13, it's prohibiting impact fees. ADUs have huge impacts on infrastructure, on schools, on utilities. Like I said, I'm kind of on my soapbox here, but I think that is putting a larger burden on the jurisdictions and the agencies that service these areas. On AB 51, again, it's talking about prohibiting fees. So again, it's kind of the same argument. For, let's see, on page 23, was talking about the preliminary review vesting. I have issue with that. Preliminary reviews do not require property owner's signature. How long is a preliminary review good for? I think that's problematic. And I think we need more information on that. I'm just extremely concerned because I process pre-apps every day by non-landowners. I take issue with vesting rights on pre-apps that don't require any kind of like a full entitlement submittal. We're going off a conceptual plan, and I think locking in rights at that point is problematic for me. For AB 602, we were talking about, I believe it's the Nexus study. And so is this related to like diff and impact fees in that nature?
Yes.
When's the last time we updated our diff Nexus study?
Two 2006.
Okay, that's a problem. And one of my questions would be, when we do a Nexus study, is can we take into account ADUs that are not paying impact fees? I mean, because these are going to be allowed by right, that they do have an impact on, like I said, infrastructure and agencies that provide services. So I've got some very strong concerns about that. There was talk about a short-term rental ordinance or regulations are being looked at, and I wanted to get a status on that.
So the city does not currently have a short-term lodging ordinance. We do have requirements for bed and breakfast in the single-family and multifamily zones, which would be the closest to a short-term. That is subject to a conditional use permit. ADUs are also limited for short-term rentals with terms of less than 30 days. So that's probably the closest interpretation that we have in the city for short-term rental or description of that. So we do not have a short-term lodging ordinance at this time.
There was a notation in one of the slides, 29, that says Hemet is currently developing a short-term rental ordinance. And so my question is, what's the status on that?
So working with the consultant, they've had inside knowledge of our work plan. We have not been able to bring that forward for the council, but it is on the planning division's work plan.
Okay. And from the presentation, this wasn't a comment I provided previously, but it was talking about no impact fees for the projects with density bonuses. And again, that my huge concern is we're adding in more units and we're not getting these fees that help jurisdictions and utility providers provide, we're not collecting what we need to be able to service these units properly. Those are my concerns. I know there's nothing we can do about it, but I do have some strong concerns. And I have one more thing with the streamlining for affordable housing. The streamlining is being done in a vacuum. I think with the legislation, I process these projects regularly, and you can't streamline them. They have to do a water quality management plan, which delays them by 5 months. So this is just me saying that I think that the state of California really needs to look at when they're passing this legislation and not doing it in a vacuum, because they've got other laws on the books that are still creating hurdles for these types of projects. That's all I got.
So you mentioned on the slide, one of these slides you mentioned that maybe it didn't say this wording, but we could be potentially penalized if we take too long to go through some of these projects. What happens if the city, is there something on the other end that could subsidize cities to help fund some of these things that they're kind of forcing the cities to do? Do you know what I mean? So I have similar concerns as Councilmember Kendrick. If I have a city that has limited staff and they're doing the best work that they can, moving as fast as they can to legitimize the projects that are in front of them, and then they take longer than expected by the state, we're going to get fined. Is what you're saying?
Not fined. Usually what happens is that the project is deemed compliant.
So the project is, and then it just moves forward.
Yeah. Yes.
Won't that incentivize people to not, what if they just take their time on the projects anyway, and then all of them pass?
Well, so this slide could probably be more detailed, but the major streamlining bill in the past few years has been Senate Bill 330 that really goes into the detail of the streamlining process and sets required deadlines for reviewing, for planning staff to review and send back to applicants. And it's not just like a single, you have 90 days. There's once you get into the bill, there's a lot of sort of, okay, if the project is deemed complete, then you send it back to the applicant and they have a certain amount of time to send it back to you. And then you have a certain amount of city has a certain amount of time to send it back to
So
the
it's like the
applicant.
time starts over or refreshes?
Yeah. And so it's still, still very aggressive. And as your fellow council member pointed out, it perhaps does not take into account all of the required additional reviews. But yeah, there is a full sort of streamlining timeline that is being imposed.
So staff would need to include those items like a WQMP, water quality management plan, and still deem it incomplete. Correct.
So on our end, it'll say incomplete, but it still goes through?
No, the timelines from completeness.
In terms of funding, sometimes bills include funding that comes down to jurisdictions. These specific bills do not. Yes, this like my work was funded by a state bill or state funding, regional early action planning grant. If there continues to be funding like that, there, opportunities. But yeah, we don't see any current opportunities for additional funding.
That's all I have.
AB 1332, it says cities can now allow ADUs to be conveyed separately if they choose to.
Yes.
So does that mean like if there's a main house structure that they could put another little one next to it and it doesn't have to be detached? It would, because I know you can have an ADU be a garage or, something like that too. So
I don't have the full bill of language in front of me. I would think that it would have to be there are detached ADUs and attached ADUs, and then there are junior ADUs which are within the primary residence. I'm not certain whether AB 1332 is only for detached ADUs.
okay, I can look that up and, research it a little more then. So thank you.
One question real quick. I'm kind of interested in how the ADU, once it's built, can be sold as a separate property. I mean, how do they go about that? What kind of reports are necessary for that? Would you have to redo a Nexus report or I'm trying to get an understanding of what the process would be?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the process would be.
Has it been done in Hemet where they build an ADU and they wanted to parse it off or sell it to a relative or some family member?
So as of today, that's currently, I believe that's not allowed in the city of Hemet. And it's
Well-
probably not allowed in most cities in
Well,
the
it says
state.
it's allowed here.
So AB 1332 has now enabled cities to pass an ordinance to allow it if they choose to.
But we haven't done it, so we
We haven't
don't
done it. Yeah.
know what the process would be. Okay.
There is the possibility that a qualified nonprofit develops an ADU that has affordability requirements for a certain number of years, 45 or 55.
I'm just wondering
And they
because
could
it
sell
says
that.
churches can build multiple ADUs on their property. So what if they want to or sell each individual ADU? I mean,
Yeah,
it's-
yeah. Yes, but I'm not sure about the process.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay. Any other questions? That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation.
Yes, Councilmember Krupa.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd like to call out on the Zoom call, Councilmember Krupa, if you have any questions or comments,
No questions from me, just the usual comments that our legislators don't know what they're doing. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll now adjourn the meeting. Oh, okay, we'll now adjourn the meeting till our next closed meeting. Thank you.
And that's. Okay.
All right, we're on. Are we recording? Good evening. I would like to call the February 13th, 2024 closed session city council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website. City clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kendrick,
Here.
Councilmember Krupa,
Here.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
Here.
Mayor Males.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, sir. At this time, members of the public may only comment on an item appearing on the agenda. Please adhere to the following when addressing the council. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not directed to individual council members. City clerk, are there any registered speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. There's no registered speakers. However, I'd like to call out on the Zoom call. Now is the time to raise your hand, and we'll give you just a few short moments. And this is for closed session items. Thank you, Mayor. There's no public comment.
Thank you, sir. Council will now proceed to closed sessions. Thank you for joining us. A report of closed session will occur after the deliberations. Thank you.
got it right. Alley one.
Okay. We ready? Not yet? Let me know when you're ready.
We're good.
Okay. Good evening. I would like to call the February 13th, 2024 regular city council meeting to order. I would like to point out that this meeting is being hosted through live stream on the city's website and by Zoom teleconference. I would like to remind council to have their microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kendrick,
Here.
Councilmember Krupa, give me one brief moment while we wait for Councilmember Krupa.
I am here. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
Here.
Mayor Mills.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, sir. The invocation will be said by me. I don't think we have anyone here from the church. Nope. Okay. And after which member, well, we'll change this to, I'm sorry? Oh, you're here from the church? Your name? Did you hear that? Okay, thank you. And then after which, we'll have Carol Kendrick lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Step up to the podium, please. Up there to the podium.
Dear gracious Father, we thank you for this meeting this afternoon. Lord, we thank you that as we gather together, God, that we will get the knowledge that we need, Lord God, and we will put things in place that will help and increase our community. But Lord, we thank you for all things now. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. We will move to the city attorney's report from closed session. City attorney, can we get a report out, please?
Good evening, Mayor. There is nothing to report out on item 11A.
Thank you, city attorney. We will now move to communications from the public. There's a 3-minute per person time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. For those that wish to join by Zoom, you will be asked to raise your hand if you would like to speak. Please state your name and item you are commenting on before speaking. We will take public comments for items not listed, right?
Everyone you'd like to.
Yeah, not listed on the agenda. Can I have Jermina Demers come up? And please state your name when you get up there. I'm gonna try to see how wrong I was.
My name is Jermina Demers. I am a resident at the Lakes of Hemet West, and I'll be working with the new HOA as it restructures itself. Tammy Phipps was our representative, but I will be taking over her position. As most of you know, the passing of Larry Graves, a great deal of knowledge and expertise has left a void in our community. As a reminder, his memorial will be coming up in March, in which you should have information on it. And if you don't, please see me afterwards. The purpose of me being here is to bring relevant information from the city to the residents at the lakes, and my objections are to meet with the city council staff, but especially our representative for the area, whom I would like to set up an appointment with. My second objective is to understand how the city operates so that I may be a resource for our residents. My last objective is to make this a collaboration working relationship between the lakes and the city. Additionally, we have a monthly newsletter called The Pulse, which is distributed to 750 residents monthly. I now have a section in it called the City Beat, where I can place information about senior services, new businesses moving in, road closures or work, or anything else that's pertinent to seniors. Those are just a few of my ideas. I'm excited about this opportunity, and I would like to thank the mayor and the city council for giving me the opportunity to speak. And lastly, Hemet is the Amish word for home, and I consider this my home.
Thank you, Jermina. Next, I would like Abigail Perez, please, to step up.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Abigail Perez, and I'm a representative from Girl Scout Troop number 95. We come to you today asking about further information regarding the City of Hemet declaring a day of community cleanup, focusing, but not limited to, our adopted street Line Avenue. What are our next steps or options to obtaining this declaration for the month of April? We've chosen the month of April because the month of April is the month that our Girl Scout Troop was first founded. April 22nd is also Earth Day, which also contributes to our selection of April. The Girl Scout Silver Award project we have worked on is called Peace, Love, and Community, and is focused on the beautification and cleanliness of our amazing city of Hemet. This higher award can be put on applications for jobs and colleges. In order to complete this accolade, we have decided to focus on involving our community. We are very excited to continue working on this project and anticipating its future. We thank you for allowing us to present our proposition, and we look forward to completing any necessary requirements to move forward. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Abigail. Okay. Scott Garrett, please.
Thank you. Do I need to state my name and address or? Yes. Yes, Scott Garrett, address 40, no? Okay, I don't know. I went to the meeting they had last Monday for the RTA bus transit center. The doors were locked. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, before I call the next ones up, I gotta figure out how to set this clock here. We need 9 minutes on it. I guess Malcolm knows how to use this thing. I got you. Oh, then we gotta do 15 next. All right. I would like to have Pat Gregory come up. She has 9 minutes to speak, or the seconds.
You wish. Good evening. My name is Pat Gregory. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is on agenda item 23E, Measure U audit. This council should approve a forensic audit for Measure U because the staff report states a forensic audit is warranted when there are suspicions of fraud, deceptive practices, or disputes with internal policies. We have all three. The city originally misrepresented the purpose of Measure U, and voters relied on the city's inaccurate information when approving it. The city has never complied with any of the promises described in the concurrent resolutions and continues to misrepresent the existence of a Measure U audit. To be clear, there has never been a standalone Measure U audit that does not commingle with other general funds, yet there is a continuing claim by the city that an audit exists. Measure U has never had an independent line item in the city's financial statements like other general fund revenues. The city has failed to comply with the ordinance requirement. Mr. Mayor, at the September council meeting, you stated that you relied on the city's CPA and the city attorney to decide on the need for an audit. What happens if both of them provide you with inaccurate information? I contacted the admin services director for months before she would respond to my request when I asked for the specific page number in the ACFR where the Measure U audit could be found. She finally responded that it could be found on page 1 with some vague and ambiguous language. There is no Measure U audit on page 1 of the ACFR. The admin director was also asked to bring back alternatives. Instead, she brought back the same options as in September. What is most disturbing about these options are the costs. The option that mentions compliance with the Measure U resolution apparently costs over $1 million. But consider this, an audit of the entire city's operations costs only $42,000. She also estimates costs for AUPs to be $143,000. Yet 3 AUPs already prepared by the city cost about $8,000 each. Perhaps we need different alternatives than the ones proposed, or maybe a different finance director. I contacted the city attorney and asked him for the Measure U audit that he said occurs alongside the ACFR in his impartial analysis of Measure H. In response, he never produced a document, but only referred to the AUPs that he already mentioned. There never was an audit alongside the ACFR as the city attorney claimed. The voters relied on this information when they voted for Measure H. I contacted the city manager several times about the elusive Measure U audit, but he just doesn't respond. The best example of inaccurate accounting that I can give you to illustrate the problems with Measure U is this. In the most recent ACFR, Chief Poos, for the first time, isolated a few audited expenditure categories in a footnote because for the first time, Measure U had its own accounting codes. But here's the problem. The ACFR shows that nearly 1/2 of the funds received by the police department went to salaries. On the face of that information, it looks compliant with Measure U because it's for public safety, right? Wrong. Because in the same time period, there were no additional police officers. What that means is the city is improperly using Measure U funds for what normally would be paid for by the general fund. If Measure U did not exist, those salaries would be paid out of the general fund. By reallocating improperly those expenses to Measure U, nearly $6 million at the last ACFR is freed up to the general fund to purchase who knows what. The information provided to the voters about the purpose of Measure U was not to pay for existing salaries. The purpose was to pay for more boots on the ground with the promise of 39 new police officers, a promise that has never been met. As of the last ACFR, there are less officers at the end of the last ACFR, there's less officers than when Measure U began. That's shameful. The city is involved in a deceptive shell game with Measure U funds, and it is happening on your watch. None of the Measure U promises have been kept, even though the prior city attorney, in proposing Resolution 4731, noted that those promises were binding on the city. His words, binding. Measure U is to be used 100% to enhance and improve public safety and not to be modified by games in semantics. The citizens were fed misinformation prior to voting on Measure U and H as evidenced by the city's subsequent conduct. Imagine for a minute what an impressive city we would have if the $100 million in Measure U funds paid for by voters had all gone to the police and fire departments as promised. Public safety officers should receive as much money as we can provide for putting their lives on the line for us. It is the city and the city alone that has prevented Measure U from being used as the voters intended. Measure U was never meant to be a bank account for the city to use as they please. A Measure U audit that shows compliance with binding resolutions is not only necessary, but mandatory to prevent additional misrepresentations in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Wanted to say something, but I should hold off on. Oh,
Till the item.
yeah. Okay. Next, we will have Mondale Singleton, 15 minutes.
How you doing? My first name is Mondale, Mondell.
Mike, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Better?
Yeah.
Thank you. First name is Mondale, Mondell. Last name is Singleton, Singleton. I'm here on behalf of a youth center that I have here in the city of Hemet. It's called Second Look Edge Training. Also, Second Look Edge Resource Center. My objective here is to bring awareness to the city that I am here. I've been here a year now. I'm a neutral zone. I have from ages 8 years old all the way to 18 years old of the kids that I've had come through my center. I have several success stories outside of there. I have one kid now that's an early enrollment, and he's came through my gym. He's now at Oregon, which you guys know, Dylan Grisham from San Jacinto High School. He's been in my gym. I have kids from Beaumont High School, Liberty High School, West Valley High School, Tacos High School, and they're all at one facility, bringing together a brotherhood and things like that. 6 months ago, I started the Resource Center. It's in a separate building across the driveway from where I'm at. I'm not a nonprofit. I am for a profit, but the kids don't pay there at the gym. I have candy programs for the kids there at the gym. They can sell candies for fundraisers to help themselves pay their tuition that's there. The big part of my gym is a safe zone. I've been in Hemet now since 2017. I volunteer coaching at West Valley, also volunteer with the MVP program that's here. I've done backpack giveaways at my center, along with collaborating with a couple of people that's in here now with free haircuts for the kids and things like that. In my gym 5 days a week. Weekends I'm there, purchased a 16-passenger van, take kids to colleges. I have UCLA kids, USC kids, take these kids to colleges, trade schools. I have a bunch of people in the community that have their own businesses as licensed. They want to teach these kids life skills. They want to teach them how to weld, how to plumbing, several different things. A little nervous up here. Moment I've been waiting on. Last night I had a town meeting. Went out to everyone. I reached out to every city councilman that I could. I had a city councilman show up. He was from Indio, and he was able to speak last night. I had over 100 people. I submitted some paperwork to the gentleman there, John, that I have right here. In that paperwork, it explains my mission and vision that I have here for the community. I do want to change the culture in the community. I see that I have a lot of high school kids come through my gym that don't know what the word prerequisites is. And I want to be able to have kids knowing things like that or what it takes to get to college or get to a trade school, the cost of living, what it takes to purchase their first home, understand credit, how to start an LLC, an S Corp, DBA, things like that. Parents last night, the meeting was only supposed to be an hour. It lasted almost 2.5 hours. Everyone spoke. It was shy people at first, but then everyone felt the passion that I have for this business that I do have. And I see the need here in the city. I'm paying out of pocket. I have 2 facilities. My pockets are broke, you know, and everyone is saying you should be a nonprofit and things like this. I'm starting to learn more about that, but I understand there's also grants for programs that's like mine. I don't want to close the doors on these kids. I have videos of these kids, you know, reaching out saying why they need this facility. I've had kids with mental health come in, and since they've been there, they've been able to learn how to cope with what's going on inside their life. I'm an advocate. I've coached high school ball. I have 2 sons currently now in the military. I have kids that work here in the community also at the local grocery store. I had 2 kids graduate out the city of Hemet. One was at Tockwitz, one was at West Valley High School. I currently have 3 children enrolled here in the city of Hemet. And so I feel like this is where my roots are at right now. So my roots is here. My youngest guy is 9 years old. So by the time we get to high school and the kids that I have here, I want them to all know where they're headed. I don't want them just to graduate. It's easy to get lost. I would like to ask the council to have a meeting with me, you know, to learn what I'm doing. I'm big on integrity. Like I said, my kids are raised with integrity, accountability, and I don't want my doors to close. I'm doing all I can to keep this program open for the youth. I grew up in San Bernardino. My mom had 4 boys. I'm the youngest out of 4. She couldn't afford the things that other families could. That's why I bring my kids in. My coaching level is high. Coach high school ball all the way down. My oldest 2 kids went to college on D1 scholarships. I drove from Moreno Valley to Corona every day to Centennial High School to make sure they got the best education and the best avenue to get their scholarships. One didn't finish college. The other one finished at Grand Canyon University. One ended up going to the Marine Corps. And then his younger brothers went to the Navy. So understanding what it takes and have a plan is very important. I try to be a one-man show. As of last night, I have a committee now of 9 people who's ready to step up and help me do what I'm doing. I have people that want to come in and help finish my building where I'm at. I have the honor to work with the councilman right here at my backpack giveaway and things like that. We went out and got to the neighborhoods and brought people in and make sure they had the necessities they need. At my facility, it's not only for kids, it's for adults. In the daytime, I want parents to come in. It's not that they don't want to do it. They don't know how to do it. I want them to learn how to come in and pull their credit report, challenge things, call the credit company and make sure it's not on there. I have people in the real estate. I have lenders that want to come in and show these people a difference between a vet loan, a VA loan, and a USDA loan, things that I wasn't taught when I came out of high school. I want to get with the sheriff's program, the firefighters, and learn all of the different Explorer programs that they have. I dealt with the military people because both my kids signed up when they were in high school. So by the time they graduated boot camp, they were ranked higher. I'm not too sure, other than the mayor, his Marine vet itself, that it was better for them and they knew where they were headed. One is stationed in Japan and one is stationed here in Coronado. And they know what their life is. They got their plan. They got the blueprint. But a lot of people don't know how to show their kids this here. So when I get up every single day, I know I have to be at that resource center because these kids are looking for me to be there. Right now, and I got all kind of text messages, gym closed today, gym closed today. And I'm like, yeah, you guys, I was speaking with the mayor today. But even when I was leaving out of there, grabbing a piece of paper, I left there, it was 2 cars pulling in. I don't know any other place that's here in this city that these kids are getting excited to go to, collaborate with all these other places, build bonds and things like that for them. And my doors are going to close fast. I can't afford what I'm doing. I'm being honest. I'm thinking of fundraisers. We came up with ideas from selling food to car wash to popcorn programs to whatever we can. But I never brought awareness to you guys of what I'm doing. Like I said, I've been here a whole year now. I have chop it up sessions to where all these kids are coming in and they're talking about what's going on in their life. I'm not licensed, but I'm also an advocate and I'm a mentor. And I know some things that I have to report back that I hear that the kids are in danger and things like that. But luckily it hasn't. I had 3 instances to where I had school counselor call me and say, this is going on with these kids. Can you speak with these kids? I had 2 kids at the gym. They didn't know they went to the same gym and they had just gotten a fist fight prior to that. I called them in. They worked together. They was on my Christmas float that I had here in the city of Hemet. And they were on the float together, passing out candies to all the kids and flyers like that. Now they're buddies. I had a 30-foot boat I gave my boat up just to get a passenger van so I could take these kids out. I have an Instagram you guys can look at. I take them to Santa Monica Pier. I paid for a professional photographer to come out. One of my kids there also in early enrollment at Boise State right now. He had a full scholarship. He's there now playing football. So they were able to go there. I was able to feed them afterwards and just see the brotherhood of these guys right here. That's when I grew up in high school, I went to high school in Riverside. So Arlington High, we couldn't talk to Polly. We couldn't talk to Norta Vista. We couldn't talk to Ramona. You know, that was just rival. But seeing these guys mentor each other, we have a big brother and a big sister program that's there at the gym. So it's not just boys. There's girls that come there also, softball girls, soccer girls, and things like that. And on my videos, you'll see the high school kids work with the younger kids just in the athletics. And then we talk about different things in there. When they come in, everybody greets Coach Dell. They give me a fist bump. You know, before they leave, they know they better greet Coach Dell. They give me a fist bump. Language is good. The music that I play in there is, you know, no bad language. They know what I stand for. And I just need all the help that I can. Like I said, there are two different programs that you guys have in front of you. One is basically my mission and my vision for this city, you know, and the other one is just programs that I have for their health. You know, we talk about child obesity and things like that and keeping kids active. I broke it down to where it's fun for them and they get rewarded behind it, you know, and things like that. Again, it's not just for the youth, it's for adults. In my resource center, it's a vision board. In each single room, there's a piece of paper that's going to be in that room. I also have the plumbing and everything done for a washing machine and dryer. I want the parents to be able to schedule their time to come in and wash their clothes. I had kids come in and their clothes reeked, but I understood it's not their fault. A lot of us are not fortunate. When I grew up, we sat in the laundromat for hours for my mom to wash clothes and things like that and having the rolls of quarters and things like that. So a lot of things I want the parents to be able to come in and get that done and see those things. Just, you know, you smell better, you feel better. You could do a lot more things. And I want to go over my notes really fast. I know I probably have a few more minutes that's left. Yep. I'll leave it as that. You know, everything is there. I'm not a well-spoken person. I'm passionate behind it. I haven't slept in 2 weeks, you know, getting ready for the city meeting that I had last night. And I was embraced by the community last night. You know, people are coming up with thousands of ideas. So in there, you'll see every single signature that was there yesterday for everyone that was over 16 years old. They signed that signature there. Even the youth stood up and got mad. They was like, hey, the adults got a committee. We want a committee also. What could we do? And I took that and I'm like, wow, like I see what they're embracing. And even on the videos, they talk about what they learned from coming to my center over the years. And the parents are talking about it. They always tell me, thank you, Coach Dell. Thank you. I seen this. I hear them scream certain words, you know, and it's just a great testimony for what my calling is, you know, and I don't want to stop what I'm doing. So my objective of coming here today, and I'll end it as that, is bringing awareness of my facility. It's on the corner of San Jacinto and Menlo. Again, I've been there 1 year. I'm considered a wellness center. That's what I'm labeled as. My gym facility, it has artificial turf inside. All my machines are built for youth, so they're safe for use. I have sandbags. I work with special needs also. I didn't bring that up. So everything in there is a safe zone for them as well. But I get donations, and it's really hard. I could charge these parents $300, $400 a person. I get kids that I trained that they now have programs in Temecula and Marietta. They telling me, leave Hemet. There's no money there. Come out here. We'll get you paid. It's not about getting me paid. My blessings is going to come later on. You know, right now is what gets me happy is seeing these kids in the grocery store. They got their second lick shirt on. I get the fist bump from them. Hey, Coach Dell. Hey, Coach Dell. That's what gets me happy. You know, that's what helps me. But I do have to pay my bills. And I had a logistics business for 8 years prior to this. I sold 3 of my big rigs just to have this building right here. Somebody told me, take my passion, make it my profession, my profit. Thank you, guys.
Well, Mondell, before you leave, I will be getting in contact with you because you're doing exactly what I did when I was young with the kids that were around my area. And, you know, I love helping kids. So I'll be giving you a call sometime this week, possibly tomorrow or Thursday, and then probably shoot down over there and talk to you about it. And anyone else that wants to get involved too. So
Thank you again.
thank you. Okay. Are there any members of the public participating through Zoom that would like to comment on any items?
Thank you, Mayor. Now is the time for public comment. If you're on the Zoom call, please raise your hand and we'll unmute you shortly. And we'll give you just a few brief moments. Seeing none, Mayor, there's no public comment.
Okay, we're gonna end public comments and all comments and move on to presentations. We'll now move on to presentations. City Council Member Malcolm Lilienthal will present a proclamation for National Black History Month. And can I get Rebecca Warren, James Gilbert, who is on Zoom, Latasha Williams, Larry Butler Sr., Alawan Whitfield, and Apostle Nickerson to please come up.
The City of Hemet, California Proclamation, National Black History Month. Whereas during Black History Month, we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to our economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development. And whereas Black History Month grew out of the establishment in 1926 of Negro History Week by Carter G. Woodson and the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. And whereas the observance of Black History Month allows us an opportunity to recognize the heroes of African American history, such as Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, Harriet Tubman, and many more. And whereas Black History Month provides a time for all Americans to remember the struggles of African Americans for freedom and equal opportunity. And whereas the City of Hemet Council celebrates the accomplishments of African Americans past, present, and future. Now therefore, Joe Miles, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the Hemet City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2024 as National Black History Month and encourage all residents to join in celebrating the diversity and character of our community and to continue to work toward the ideals of equality, freedom, and opportunity that our country presents. Presented February 13th, 2024.
Does anyone have anything to say or add to it? Before they say anything, I want to share something with you guys. So Harriet Tubman was one of our leaders that helped us, that helped people get from point A to point B out of slavery and into some of the free states. And one thing I recently found out was that in the literature, it said that she would knock babies out as they were traveling to keep them quiet. And so we just kind of skipped over that. Like, I guess it's a noble cause. You just knock a kid out and, you know what I mean? So that they're quiet. But then later on, we found out she would put them to sleep through medication. And so it's interesting that throughout all these years, we were just thinking that this lady was just knocking kids out. I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Yes, I'd just like to say thank you to the City of Hemet. I've been in Hemet 14 years. Hemet has changed. It's making it seems like home. It's home. And there's a lot of us out here. It's a lot of good citizens in the City of Hemet, a lot of good nonprofits, churches, leaders. And I just believe that it's time for us to come together and love on each other and accept one another. Thank you for this. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say that I'm proud to be a Hemet person that lives here. When I got ready to come to the city, everybody said, you shouldn't go there. There's nothing there. But there are people here everywhere that need us. So I just want to say I've been here in Hemet for 4 years, and I was allowed to start a ministry here to help bring us together even more. So with the resources that we have, we're willing to do what we need to do to help the community to grow stronger.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
We're going to take a step back in time here and ask for Zoom calls.
Thank you, Mayor. We had one raised hand here. We're going to ask Chanel Holmes. You're live with the city council meeting. Can you hear us? Chanel Holmes. You're unmuted, but we cannot hear you, Chanel. Chanel, it says you are unmuted, but we are not hearing any volume on your microphone. It says we're connecting to audio now. Ms. Chanel Holmes, we are not hearing anything at all. We received one comment from the council. If you'd like, you can type your comments and send them to my email or through the public comment portal, which you previously sent, and I could distribute that to the council.
Okay.
We apologize for the unfortunate technical difficulties, but we're going to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to receive and file. Council, any comments? 21A, any comments on?
All my questions were answered by staff previously.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and receive and file and move on to consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration? Malcolm? No? Linda?
Can you repeat that, Councilmember Krupa?
I have no questions on the consent calendar, and if nobody else does, I will make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
So do I have a second? Oh, you seconded already? You're quick. City Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
We have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Kendrick. We're going to do a roll call. Councilmember Kendrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa?
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Males?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0 to approve the consent calendar.
We're going to move to discussion action items. 23A, discussion items, staff. We need a staff report.
Yes, Mayor. I'll be doing the staff report for this. Doing a staff report on a discussion item at 7:45 p.m. Very excited about that. What you have in front of you is a very small addition to section 82.77 of the Hemet Municipal Code. This authorizes the city manager to adopt a residential water discontinuation policy. This is actually a requirement that was initiated by Senate Bill 998 I believe from 2019. The city never implemented a residential water disconnection policy because COVID hit and we were prohibited by law from disconnecting water, even in the case of non-payment. Now that the COVID restrictions are over, it's time to establish a policy. So what you have in front of you is the ordinance. I'm going to go over the general terms of the policy, just because I thought you might have some questions about what that looks like. These terms are primarily outlined in Senate Bill 998. But essentially what it requires is that the city not discontinue water service at any residential property unless they are at least 60 calendar days delinquent. The city is required to make multiple attempts to contact the customer to let them know that they have a delinquency, inform them how they can pay the city, where they can pay the city, inform them of their ability to seek an appeal or a review of the bill, and also give them information on how they can enter into either a deferred or an amortized payment schedule. So maybe we take that amount that's delinquent, we spread it over 12 months to get them current. Maybe we delay collection on that for 3 months. They enter into an agreement with the city to make that happen. If we cannot get confirmation of delivery of mailed notices, the city is required to go out and put a door hanger on the property to let them know of the forthcoming disconnection. There are also some prohibitions on discontinuing service where a customer can demonstrate, typically by medical evidence, a note from a doctor, essentially, that discontinuation of residential service will be life-threatening or pose a serious threat to the health and safety of the residents. They can demonstrate that they're financially unable to pay by providing evidence that they're receiving CalWorks, CalFresh, General Assistance, SSI, and that they enter into that amortization agreement that we talked about earlier. Essentially, that is the crux of it. There are also some protections for tenants where the landlord is responsible for making the payment. The landlord stops making the payment. This is not unusual for this to occur, and it's the tenant who gets harmed. So there's some protections in here for tenants where they can take over payment of the water bill going forward, and they're allowed to look at getting that credit back on their rent going forward. And then finally, just some additional information about how you can reestablish water service. What this policy would not cover, it would not cover non-residential properties, so does not cover disconnection of commercial properties. It doesn't cover when service is voluntarily turned off. You know, someone moves, they transfer the account. And it does not cover instances where someone is engaged in tampering or vandalism of city meters. So, you know, we do have instances where people attempt to evade the meter, damage the meter. If it's been disconnected, they attempt to reconnect it. So it does not cover those instances, which are covered by existing policies already. Happy to answer any questions you may have about the ordinance. Again, the ordinance simply authorizes the city manager to adopt this policy, but I've gone over the broad strokes of what that policy is going to look like.
I just had one question, but I think the city attorney answered that, which was, yes, this was signed into law in 2018. And my question is, why are we only updating now? So I appreciate that.
The answer was COVID. It was felt by the city manager and city staff at the time that there was no purpose in having a policy on the books that we could not enforce. But now that those have ended, it's time to get the policy on the books.
Oh,
And then the next question was in the policy stipulations. So you said there's coverage for tenants whose landlord is not being responsible.
Correct.
What if what is it going to look like if the landlord is paying for several different residences, so it's all lumped into one? How would the residents, would they divvy it up equally, or?
That's a good question. So one of the options that the water department has in that case is to put in sub-meters. So each unit could potentially have its own meter. But generally speaking, the issue is not with the large multifamily. That is not where we have issues with delinquency. The issues we typically have are rental detached single family homes, where you have, you know, a landlord that maybe owns 1 or 2 properties. Typically they're elderly. Sometimes it simply gets missed. So that's where we typically are gonna have the problems on the detached single family.
I brought it up because it just recently happened with some tenants here, and they got it fixed, but who knows if it could happen again.
Understood. I mean, ultimately, I mean, at the end of the day, we want to be compassionate for those situations where the tenants have done nothing wrong. And I think that the policy will give significant protections in those circumstances. One of the sort of rocks and hard places that the city is in these circumstances is under the California Constitution, specifically Prop 218 and Prop 26. The city is prohibited from subsidizing customers who are not paying by the rates of the people who are paying. So we cannot increase the charges on our customers who pay their water bills to make up that deficit for the customers who are not. So our options at that point are usually to eat the loss by subsidizing from the general fund. So, which is, that's what we use to pay for police, fire, and other general governmental services. So again, while we want to be compassionate, the city does need to collect the cost of providing this service.
Jackie? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the item?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Mayor Pro Tem Peterson. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
Yes.
Mayor Males.
Yes.
And that motion is to approve staff recommendation. For the record, I do have to read the introduction. Waive full reading and introduction of the ordinance by title only, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California. Excuse me. I think I might have skipped a page here. Sorry, amending section 82-77 of the Hemet Municipal Code authorizing the adoption of a residential water shutoff policy. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, sir. We will now move to 23B. Do we have a staff presentation?
Yes, Mayor. I was on a roll writing ordinances. So this is ordinance number 2. This is amending the Hemet Municipal Code to substitute all references in the code, any regulations or any policies of the city, of finance director to administrative services director. We do not have a finance director in the city of Hemet anymore. We have an administrative services director. And this can range everywhere from looking at collection of TOT. The finance director is the city personnel responsible for administrating that, all the way through to the city's investment policy, where the finance director sits on the investment oversight committee. Rather than go through and list all 53 instances of the municipal code well, it was faster to write a single sentence. So rather than go through and list them all verbatim, what we've done is we've drafted an ordinance that simply states that all references in the municipal code, regulations, and policies to finance director shall now refer to the administrative services director. And then I leave it in the city clerk's capable hands to do a control, find, and replace in the municipal code to make all those changes.
I just had one question. I know there's been a lot of changes with new positions and titles and departments being shifted to different parts of the organization. My question is, have we looked at those? If we're kind of doing a comprehensive update for this position, have we looked at the other new positions and changes in, like I said, departments shifting around? I just want to make sure that we're kind of addressing everything instead of kind of doing one in a vacuum.
Very good. I have a 2-part answer to that. So the first part is, yes, I think that's a really good idea. No, we have not done that yet. What I have been doing is, as we're going through chapter by chapter and updating things, I've actually been changing most references to the city manager or their designee from specific position titles, except where the position title makes sense. That typically is related to the fire chief or to the chief of police, where they have specific obligations under the various codes that we have, or the building official being the other one. But generally speaking, I've been trying to change it to the more flexible city manager or designee. I think if it was the will of the council that we get that done with, I do think that it's a relatively straightforward project that we could get to you within 2 council meetings, a similar provision.
I'm always in favor of updating the ordinance so it's clear to the public and to staff.
Well, if you want to go forward with it, make a motion, and I think we'd do it here, but.
Did anyone else have any questions? So I'll make a motion to approve and recommend that staff bring back a comprehensive update related to staffing names and responsibilities.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Lilienthal. Roll call, Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
Yes.
Mayor Mills.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0, and for the record, I'll read the ordinance title. To waive full reading and introduction of the ordinance by title only, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, amending the Hemet Municipal Code regulations and policies to substitute references to the Finance Director with the Administrative Services Director, and including Councilmember Kendrick's comments to bring back a comprehensive report by City Manager.
We'll now move on to 23C. Do we have a staff presentation?
Mayor, this is a relatively short item. It is a receive and file, but we wanted to take an opportunity to really highlight the coming budget engagement opportunities for the community, and to make sure that these dates looked comfortable for you. And I want to draw your attention to the discussion section of the report. This is the annual budget calendar. We've already begun some work internally, kicking off with at the department level. And at the next council meeting on February 27th, we'll be bringing you a mid-year budget update and some potential recommendations for adjusting some budget figures. On April 4th, this is your annual goal setting session. So we did this in early June last year. We're moving it up to 2 months earlier. That will provide us a little more time to build that out and really understand the cost implications of some of the ideas that move forward. So that's an important date. That's a Thursday. We anticipate, again, doing that at the library, although next year we may find a larger room upstairs. Our budget workshops are planned for May, the council meetings in May, so that's the 14th and the 28th. And we endeavor to bring you the budget for adoption at the first meeting in June, although we know that we have an extra meeting in reserve should we need one. So we're happy to answer any questions you have about that calendar. Otherwise, it's a receive and file.
I'd just like to make a comment. With the timing in the future, is there any way that we could kind of move that up so that we're kind of ahead of the game? I know in the jurisdiction, we did a kickoff in December and actually had our preliminaries turned in 2 weeks ago. So I think it was my first council meeting. The budget was on there and it was due. It had to be adopted within 3 days, along with 2 other items that were expiring, one on the following day and one in 3 days. So if we can get things before it's at a critical time where, we don't have enough time to review, I would appreciate that. I did read through the entire budget and I can show you my tabbed up budget, which was huge. So like I said, if we can jumpstart it in any way, I think that's just better for everyone.
What day are you looking at?
Well, I'm just saying, like, for next year, can we maybe start the process earlier so there's more time?
This one for this year?
Well, yeah, there's no wiggle room, so.
Can't really move up too much.
And just a general observation in the calendar, this isn't, oh, I think I over.
Yes, you're live with the council, Councilmember Krupa.
Thank you very much. If April 4th is a Thursday and Councilmember Lilienthal and I are scheduled with SCAG that particular day from 9 to 2. I was wondering, can we change that to either Wednesday or Friday?
So, Councilmember Krupa indicated that, Councilmember Lilienthal and Councilmember Krupa have a conflict on the 4th, and the 3rd may be a better day. And so what we'll do is we'll work through staff to check your calendars and see if we can look at a different date for that. I think the Wednesday could work. Conceptually, that makes sense to me. And just in general on the timing, we're a city that has a high dependence on sales tax, and sales tax data doesn't come in too early. There's a lag on that, and we don't have a good read on the world in January or even December. So the schedule that I'm recommending to you is fairly consistent with every city I've worked for. And if we can start some of the processes in terms of goal setting in particular, because that drives a lot of expenditures, we can certainly take a look at trying to engage in that in December. There's also opportunities for additional community outreach that we can build into this process in future years that we don't have necessarily built into this in a robust way right now. And in cases where we might want to take a deeper dive on a particular department's budget and look at it from perhaps more of a zero-based budgeting approach, that's something that does take a lot of time and something that we would actually want to start earlier very early in the fiscal year. So should an interest in looking at particular budgets from the ground up, it's something that we would want to do beginning in, let's say, the August timeframe and working forward. I wouldn't recommend taking the entire budget through that process in a single year. That's quite an endeavor, but it's some food for thought down the road.
Thank you.
I wanted to also just add on to the city manager's comments regarding contracts. We do have a new system called Planet Bids, so we are monitoring contracts more closely through our finance department. So we are actively working to monitor the contracts. That way we are able to bring them to council sooner rather than later with what you experienced in the past regarding the approval process.
I appreciate that. And I'm available on April 3rd if that I am available.
We'll now move on to 23D. Do we have a staff presentation?
Yes, that will be me again. We do have one slide that we'll be bringing up in a moment, but this is a continuation. This is the first reading of the Hotel Incentive Program ordinance that we talked about at your prior meeting. We spent a lot of time walking through the various elements of this proposed ordinance. But just to refresh your memory, this is an ordinance that is proposed to be on the books for 5 years. So it would have a termination date 5 years after adoption. It consists of 3 different methodologies, and it's intended to encourage investment in our hotel properties so that they can provide a quality guest amenity for our customers and our visitors. The first is a renovation methodology. It's a 25-year methodology that is intended to help the existing hotels remodel their rooms and turn them into higher quality products. So the renovation methodology is further explained in the staff report. The second methodology is a historic hotel methodology, and I'd like to bring up slide 3 in this presentation. At our prior council meeting, in fact, let me go back one step. On the renovation methodology, you had asked for us to modify the methodology related to how we calculate the base upon which we cost share. And the updated ordinance includes a provision that would be the highest 12 months of the prior 5 years. When we left that meeting, we had a concept of a single last prior 12 months or the average of the prior 2 years, whichever was higher. The revision is the highest 12 months in any of the prior 5 years. And then moving into the historic hotel methodology, if we could bring up the map on slide 3. We had a discussion about the boundaries and what the ordinance reads today is the specific streets. It's east, west, and north and south streets are included in this. And I don't know if this is the city or if I'm driving, so maybe that's me.
IT, can we have next slide, please?
One more slide. There we go. Okay, if we're zooming in on this, I think we have Oakland on the north, Acacia on the south, Gilbert on the west, and Buena Vista on the east. So you can see the railroad track that's underneath there, and that crosses at Florida near the site of the original hotel at the corner of State and Florida. So that's the location of the map. In contrast to the renovation methodology, this methodology is more aggressive. It's a longer term. It's a 30-year term, not a 25-year term. And it is really an effort at catalyzing investment in the downtown. And finally, the ordinance provides and communicates the city's potential interest in purchase of an existing hotel. Whether that hotel is turned into another higher and better use, whether it's converted to a senior housing type of project, replaced with a commercial or a mixed use type of product. Those are flexible options for the city should there be a hotel interested in sale of their property to the city, should they not be interested in or not need a renovation for their project. The program does require minimum investments per guest room. So fixtures, furniture, and equipment requires a minimum of $15,000 per guest room. The minimum shell and property improvements require a minimum of $20,000 per guest room. This requires compliance with prevailing wage requirements, and we hope that any contractor would use local residents for the work ahead. The report also includes application procedures that we would develop should the council approve this ordinance. So let me pause there, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
I appreciate the highest 12 out of 5. I think that addresses the COVID issue.
Thank you.
Okay, you good? Yeah, definitely good. Can I have a motion to approve items for 23D? Second.
I will make a motion to approve the Hotel Investment Incentive Program ordinance.
Second.
We'll do a roll call. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Peterson, second by Councilmember Lilienthal. Councilmember Kendrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa,
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson,
Yes.
Mayor Males.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0. And for the record, I'll waive full reading, read by title only, and introduce an ordinance of the city of Hemet, California, adding section 74-100 through 74-105 to the Hemet Municipal Code related to the hotel investment program.
Thank you, sir. Well, that's it. Let's go home. No, just- All right, we'll now move to 23E. Do we have a staff presentation?
Certainly. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tori Roberts, the Administrative Services Director. Let me just relog back into my computer because our IT controls are good. I closed it halfway and it locked me out. So give me just a moment. So this evening, we're back to talk about follow-up that the council requested from us to provide a couple of sets of scope of work. So just to refresh everybody's memory, back when Mark first started with the city in February of last year, which we're nearly at a year, happy anniversary, Mr. Presswich. The council brought to his attention matters related to Measure U and compliance and oversight and monitoring. And shortly after I was onboarded, the city manager brought all of these matters to my attention and asked me to perform some follow-up procedures, at which point in September, we brought to the council some recommendations for some for some costs associated with a couple of different potential scopes of work. And also we introduced a couple of transparency items to help improve some public trust and also to make data just widely available to the public because the data just hadn't been presented to the public in the past. So fast forward to after that meeting, the council asked for staff to come back and present some potential scopes of work for a forensic audit and or a compliance and financial statement audit. So I don't have a specific presentation that I prepared, but the attachments to the staff report have the scopes of work for a forensic and a financial statement audit. I do want to point out that in general, a forensic audit is used whenever there is suspected fraud or intentional financial misconduct, which is usually associated with theft or misappropriation of assets. Whether there have been whistleblower complaints, these are typically complaints that are investigated first internally and then substantiated through follow-up procedures. And a number of other matters, whether there's contractual disputes or whether there's asset tracking, like we just have been losing cash that is unaccountable for. So these are some of the high level reasons why a entity might want to obtain a forensic audit. Forensic audits are a very deep dive into transaction level information. Sometimes it involves recreating transaction records because at an agency or a company, somebody could have intentionally falsified records. And so that's another reason why an entity might want to get a forensic audit. So then flashing forward to the standalone financial statement audit. In general, as a reminder, the ordinance as voted on is a general sales tax measure, and the implementing resolution, they both call for a financial statement audit by an independent auditor. An independent auditor is an auditor that is not part of your agency, so they're not on your payroll. You hire them separately to do that. Additionally, there's a distinction between what's characterized as a standalone audit, which is what the scope of work that I brought forth today, which would be an audit only for Measure U activity, including a determination by an external auditor of whether or not in all material respects, which is a very specific term of art for financial reporting and auditing professionals, in all material respects, the information presented is materially correct and there are no material non-compliance matters. So with that, I'll go ahead and open the floor for discussion.
Anyone have anything to say?
Go ahead. I've been going first on. Well, I have a rather long statement. I'd rather wait.
Okay. So, Ms. Roberts, can you address Ms. Gregory's comments about the options? How are they different from what we saw previously?
So if you recall, I actually included in the staff report what we brought to the September meeting as an attachment. So it's attachment 3. And when we brought attachment 3, we talked about a couple of different scenarios. And so let me just flip forward to that page in the slide deck here. So the options that were presented back in September are very similar because the council did not ask us for different options. You asked us for a scope of work. So the first option that was presented in September was a historical look back from June 30th going all the way back to the beginning of Measure U revenue and expenditures coming to the city. And that would have included developing an understanding of the approved enacted legislation, performing a specific evaluation of compliance with the intended revenue split, right? That 2/3, 1/3.
And I have that up. So I'm just in general. So the answer is it's the same.
Right. The council did not ask us to come back with new options. You asked us to come back with
I
specific
understand.
scopes of work.
I'm just trying to address Ms. Gregory's comments. Who hires this independent auditor? I mean, it's the city. So how is this independent auditor selected?
So we would actually conduct a competitive procurement. So we would release the scopes of work in a request for proposals, an RFP, and then all interested vendors, independent CPA firms would submit a bid back to us, and then we would have a specific scoring matrix, just like with any other competitive procurement. And then based on the highest scoring, based on the qualitative and quantitative metrics in a lowest responsive bidder scenario, the scoring matrix would identify who the winning audit firm is.
And I guess I'm wondering about the qualifications. So there would be minimum qualification. I mean, we want to look for someone that, you know, does quality work, and not saying that there are firms out there that, you know, are going to provide us with misinformation, but you know, I'm just questioning how we select that. And that leads into my next question. So say we do this, the standard audit, and we find inconsistencies, then we need to do a forensic audit. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. So just to address the first piece, you are right on point in that there are firms that are more appropriate to respond to the scope of work for either of these two scopes that are presented than other firms. And so what does that mean? Well, sometimes you're looking at like the top 4 firms in the world, right? EY, KPMG, Deloitte, and I can never remember the last one.
EY.
Nonetheless, PwC. They have such a large market saturation that they have specific local government professionals. Other firms of varying scopes and sizes that serve the United States exist that are highly qualified. Other firms that are regional, like they're just based in California or in the Southern California market, also carry significant expertise. There's also some smaller firms that have served the city in the past that have a very huge market saturation, that know local government, that know the specifics of the local tax measures because they exist at multiple agencies that they serve. So there's a variety, regardless of size of the firm, of experienced, qualified professionals that would be able to respond to this scope of work.
But with these 4 national, you know, these nationwide firms, they're probably not going to be the lowest bidder, in my experience.
I would be surprised if one of those firms ended up scoring highest on the price component and the score evaluation.
Would that, so when we go out to bid or request proposals, would that go before the Measure U committee as well? When we're selecting?
I think that might be a policy decision that the council might propose.
Also, I mean, to Ms. Gregory's comment regarding supplementing, you know, our existing staff, but not getting boots on the ground, how does that relate to what that resolution proposed?
So the actual resolution reads in the beginning recitals, whereas under the law, the tax proposed is a general purpose tax that may be used for all lawful purposes and general municipal services. And the next recital reads, those are regarded, the next recital, which is an and, adding up to an estimated 39 police officers to accomplish a 57% increase in police officer staffing, put more peace officers on the streets and anti-drug, add paramedics. So those specific qualitative metrics are actually in addition to the general purpose as stated in the implementing resolution.
All the questions I have right now.
Are you able to walk us through why it costs 1.2 million, or why could it cost 1.2 million?
So I served in public accounting, providing this type of assurance services for nearly a decade. When I first started working in public accounting at a regional firm in the state of California, which was an industry leader in public sector assurance services, as a staff level, my bill rate undiscounted was $220 an hour. So if we reflect back to that's staff rate, no experience, no knowledge, led by the hand by your in charges. The partner rate at the firm that I worked at the time when I started in 2013 was $485 an hour. So when we're talking about a forensic audit, you're not talking about working with staff that are green, that have no experience, that don't know what is or isn't correct, that don't know what looks like it might be interesting to follow up on. They don't have any experience to apply. So you're going to have to be staffing that engagement with higher level staff, not necessarily $500 an hour staff, because those are the partners that have to sign the report. But the biggest piece of the work is going to be typically done by the experienced 4, 5, 6, 7-year professionals. And their bill rates are in that range between $300 and $400 an hour. Now that's in 2013. Add inflation. The latest poll that I have from some of my former colleagues in the public sector service space is that their undiscounted bill rates at the partner level are close to $700 an hour. Undiscounted staff rates are around $250. That's just undiscounted. That doesn't factor in the complexity and the risk associated with a forensic audit, nor does it factor in the quantitative amount of time that it takes to do risk assessment and information gathering and evidence inspection at the intense level of a forensic audit. So if you flash back to the staff report that I provided a snapshot of potential hours investment by a private sector firm to do the work. And it's just an hours times dollars formula that results in that $1.2 million based on the proposed scope at the time. So if the council, for example, was saying, well, let's just look back at 3 years, well, that would just change on a pro rata basis, that price. That original proposed or recommended or suggested scope was to look back from 2023 all the way back to the inception at potentially 100% of the transactions, which is a very labor intensive endeavor.
So if we go forward with the forensic audit, it's possible that somebody could come in with a bid at maybe half that.
Possible. Would they necessarily be the most qualified? I don't know the answer because it's going to depend on who's interested in bidding in the project.
Can you speak to, I wish I could have a court recorder read back the minutes, but Miss Gregory, she said something about the audits being like $8,000, but you had mentioned.
So she said was $42,000 to do a full wide city audit in comparison to over 1 million for a forensic audit.
So do you remember what she was talking about?
Sure. So she was talking about the cost for the city's annual comprehensive financial report. And she was also referencing the AUPs, the agreed upon procedures, engagements that were conducted for, I believe it was fiscal years 19 and 20 or 20 and 21. Just on the topic of an AUP, that is a very limited scope, targeted. These are the procedures that are performed. It's agreed upon at the beginning. When an auditor decides to take on that scope of work, they basically do their hours and dollars math. And so the firm that we hired, they don't have the same cost to perform services that one of the firms that I worked at to perform services, because they're local. They don't have to fly people in. They don't have people that are nationally accredited in the space. They don't have people serving on the AICPA state and local government expert panel like the firms that I worked at. And so RAM's the firm that performed those AUPs. They're very well qualified in this space to perform that service. And so at the time, for that scope of work, for those limited procedures that were applied, that was their cost. I don't know. Well, that was what they charged us. I don't know what their actual cost was. Could have been higher. A lot of times public accounting firms don't necessarily function in a profitable space depending on the size of the government. So that's the agreed upon procedures engagements. As far as a financial statement audit over the annual comprehensive financial report, it's my understanding that the city engaged into that contract with Van Lant Fankenel in 2019. I might be mistaken there, but it's such a contract that we're looking at extending it. We're evaluating extending it so that way we can carry on some other critical matters without going through an AUP, through an RFP. However, Van Lant Fankenel is a very, very small firm. And so their audit team is one person. They come out to the field, they do the work. And so the price that they charge the city is a very fair and reasonable price. However, if you're going to open up an RFP for a very specific scope of work, then you're also going to be inviting competitors to bid that don't have the freedom to offer the city the low prices that we enjoy for the financial statement auditor that we currently have, because their business model doesn't support it.
Mayor, but before Councilmember Peterson's comments, I did want to address one comment that came from Councilwoman Kendrick. You had asked, would the Citizen Oversight Committee be able to pick the auditor? I did want to draw your attention to
Well, not to pick, but would
maybe a role.
Yeah, just have, like, if it came forward and they could see that, but not have the authority to select, because we have policies and procedures in place. I understand that, but
Right.
I had a Measure U committee member reach out to me last week saying they haven't met in a year and they're kind of concerned about.
They're due. I think that when the audit comes in, they'll be meeting on that, and then
Okay.
they'll be meeting as part of your budget
So,
process.
yeah, but I guess there's some concerns that, they're not being involved in, and I don't know if they're being involved at the level they should be or not, but I'm just bringing that up.
Understood. The section of the code I wanted to just draw to the public's attention and to the council's attention was 74-145 A3, which says that the committee does not have the authority to hire or retain its own staff, consultants, or contractors. So the city is obligated to provide them with the resources they need to discharge their functions. And those functions consist of two activities. One is to review the annual financial audit of the city, which as soon as you get it, they'll get it. And the other one is to comment on the proposed expenditure of Measure U funds. So usually they have a meeting in the middle of that calendar. Usually the city council gets first crack, gets to have that workshop, gets to have the proposal, and then the Measure U committee gets to comment on those proposed expenditures. So usually have 2 meetings per year. They can have more if there are other expenditures or issues that come up.
All right.
Okay. I would like to read a statement of a lot of the facts and figures from the 2 resolutions and the ordinance, which is a binding document. Resolution 4703 of August 23, 2016 states the following. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Hemet, California, stating its intention to expend all proceeds of the transactions and use tax proposed by Measure U for the enhancement of public safety services within the City of Hemet if Measure U is approved by the voters at the November 8th, 2016 election. A couple of important items to note in the preceding statement. Its intention was to expend all proceeds on public safety. Quote, that the city council shall dedicate 100% of the tax proceeds to enhancing public safety services within the city and increasing funding for such services as provided in this resolution. That did not happen. We know the city took 1.2 million of the Measure U dollars to balance the general fund in 2019. Furthermore, it is stated the city would use the tax dollars to enhance, not maintain current public safety. We were told the tax would enable the city to add up to 39 new police officers, a 57% increase. This equates to 1.2 sworn officers per 1,000 residents. When I ran for city council in the fall of 2022, we had a 0 net increase in officers and had taken in $65 million. Where did the money go? I've heard excuses. We endured COVID, defunded the police movement, and more. It seems the city did not make an honest effort to recruit good officers when they had the chance. Instead, they used the millions of dollars for increased overtime and benefits for the number we had back then. The resolution also states an independent audit would be done. How could that be accurate if the Measure U money was not in its own accounting code? It was put into the general fund code of 110 until fiscal year 21-22, when accounting code 115 was established. I'm told the annual comprehensive financial report, the ACFR, serves as the independent audit. On the pages that do mention Measure U, it has unaudited in parentheses. Another promise of the resolution was that the city will not, in any fiscal year, reduce the percentage of general fund revenues budgeted and appropriated for Hemet Police and Fire Services below 72% of the general fund expenditure budget for the given fiscal year. Per the annual comprehensive financial report pie charts that look like this in every year, we have not obtained the 72% that was promised in any year from 2018 to 2022. It ranged from a low of 58% to 68.8%, and it should have been 72%. Ordinance number 1918, which is a binding document, states, the proceeds resulting from the transaction and use tax imposed by this article shall be deposited into the general fund and shall be subject to the same independent annual audit requirements as other general fund revenue. The independent auditor's report, which shall include an accounting of the revenues received and expenditures made from the transaction and use tax, will be presented annually to the Citizen Oversight Committee, the City Council, and made available for public review. But as recent as fiscal year 21-22, when I go to page 21 of the ACFR, that is the Statement of Revenues, Expenditures, and Changes to Fund Balances, I still do not see Measure U listed. It only says taxes. And this is after the accounting code of 115 was established. Why is it so difficult to tell our citizens what is really going on with Measure U? When I campaigned and told our citizens the promises that had been broken and the money we had taken in, they were appalled. I, like them, only wanted what was promised. I wanted more police officers and more safety in our city. And I owe it to our citizens to ask for a forensic audit to see how the money was actually spent. Thank you.
Anything?
Does anyone take an account of all the vehicles, of all the fire engines, the command center, the flock systems that were purchased under Measure U? Or is that not a part of it? Because in the statement that Pat made, she said Measure U was for the enhancement and improvement of public safety. And that is an enhancement and improvement of public safety.
It is. But in the ordinance and the resolutions, we were promised more policemen. That's what the people voted on. They wanted more policemen and more safety and policemen patrolling our streets. You know, we had equipment. Yes, it was getting old, but you need people to use the equipment. So in an effort of not hiring policemen when they had the chance before COVID and defund the police movement, they were buying equipment, which is great, okay? Because it was a little hard time hiring people then. But there was a couple of years before that nothing was really going on. This became effective April 2017. COVID did not start until a couple of years later. Defund the police was later. We had a couple of years that we could have been really recruiting and using this money to get more boots on the ground, which is what was quoted at that time.
You know, somewhere I heard that there was a freeze on hiring too in 2017. I never did get an answer on that and why they put a freeze on that. Can anybody elaborate on that, on why police and fire had a freeze on hiring, especially when Measure U was in vote?
I really don't have any specific information there. I'd have to do some research and come back to you on that.
So we're going to take $1.2 million out of Measure U to have an audit?
Is that where the funding would come from?
Certainly is.
I'll make a motion for this fiscal thing, if
Wait,
Linda
what-
doesn't have anything.
Hold on. What's that? Linda?
Thank you. You know, there's been a couple comments. The mayor just made one that there was a hiring freeze in 2017. I think that needs to be researched. Also, Mayor Pro Tem made comments about 59% of the expenditures going to public safety and 60-some percent. I'd like that substantiated because by law, it has, it was passed, it was always at 72%. And I'd like to see where that is substantiated or proven right. Because that is not what we have done in the budget process. That's all.
This is from the ACFR, and this graph is in every year. It's a pie chart, and I just printed the one from June 30th, 2022, but I gave the numbers anywhere from 58% to 68.8%, which is not 72%. So on this one for 2022, public safety was 44.7 from the general fund. Public safety from Measure U was 20%. 44.7 plus 20 is 64.7. That's just an example from 2022. And you can look at all the pie charts and they all read 58 to 68%.
Council members, I actually have prepared a couple of slides specifically to address this point, if I could show them to the council. So I have this presented as soon as IT is done doing their magic, so we can see the whole presentation mode. Go team. So I actually have two slides, and basically what I've done here is, if we can go back to the first one, guys, perfect, thank you. We've actually done a historical look back on what's been budgeted in accordance, in comparison to what the requirements are. So the very first, there's a lot of data here, so I'm sorry that's a little bit small, but the very first set of tables shows the total budget for the city between general fund and Measure U. So you'll see that at no point the general fund exceeded the 72% threshold, and I'll flip to the prior years as well. But the meat, does this thing have a laser? Oh, it does. Okay. The meat right here shows the split between general fund revenues and safety. And you'll see that this is the budgeted numbers. This is what we are legally bound to at the outset of every single fiscal year. Shows to the percentage point compliance with the 72-28 split. And then the very next section, which is going to be a little hard for me to get to because there's a monitor blocking, but this very next section here shows the 2/3, 1/3 split between between fire and police.
And it carries on. So you can see throughout. And then I'll go ahead and flip to the next slide and you'll see this same compliance all the way across the board, going back to the first year that we ever received the local sales tax measure money from Measure U. And this is what's adopted in the budget, which is, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. City Attorney, that is what we're held to compliance on.
Correct. And I looked up the pie chart that the Mayor Pro Tem was referencing. My question in response to that would be that chart appears to be all funds, not just the general fund. It appears to include restricted funds related to public works and CIP, as well as the enterprise funds, including the water fund. So that would be my question for it. I didn't put that pie chart together. I understand how it appears. But I wonder if there's a similar chart that is the general fund only.
I don't have a copy of the annual comprehensive financial report in front of me, but typically there are governmental activities and business type activities, and governmental activities is aggregated into one pie chart, and then business type activities, which is effectively our internal service funds and our water fund, are in a separate pie chart. And then in some circumstances, there is a general fund only presentation, but I don't have a copy of those financial statements in front of me.
So the pie chart that is being referenced is labeled governmental activities. Is that only the general fund, or does that include other funds as well?
That includes all governmental funds. So that would include the general fund, any special revenue funds, capital projects funds, debt service funds, and the governmental activities portion of internal service funds.
Okay, so you show the budget, okay, the proposed budget.
The adopted budget.
This is actual government activities. This is what was spent. You know, you can put out a budget and you can try to follow a budget, but do we always complete the budget as it's proposed? I don't think so. So this is expenses by function, governmental activities, public safety, 44.7%, public safety Measure U, 20%. How can you argue against that?
I think Mr. Graham made a great point when he mentioned that the chart that, and I don't have it in front of me, so I'm relying on the governmental activities description. That includes all of the city's governmental funds, not just the general fund.
That's why it's a pie chart. There's different colors and they're listed on here.
So Councilmember Peterson's, the pie chart reference is on page 10. Page 11 lists the funds that are part of the governmental activities chart. And the biggest is obviously the general fund. But it also includes major special revenue funds. So it's a storm and sewer drain funds are included in that. Major capital projects funds, so bridges, streets, traffic facilities fund.
Are included in the public safety part?
I'm reading what major funds are apparently included in that pie chart. So my concern, Councilmember, is adding those two portions of the pie as you did. I could see why that would be upsetting because they don't add up to 72. My concern is that pie is bigger than just the general fund. I think if it would be appropriate to perhaps ask staff to report what those expenditures solely from the general fund are, because if you include, for example, the water fund in there, suddenly, I mean, public safety isn't going to be their percentage will go down, but the water fund is not part of the general fund.
I'd just like to say the way the report is written, there looks like there's discrepancies all over the place. And then on top of it, you know, where it does say Measure U, in parentheses, it says unaudited. So how can you say that that's an annual audit?
If I could add to something, Mayor. Hello?
Yes.
Yes. You know, Mayor Pro Tem has brought up some questions that absolutely need to be answered, and clarified for all the council and the people participating and the citizens. And I would suggest before we take a knee-jerk vote on expending a lot of money that we tell staff to come back with those slides in the audit and have what is there, have a clear explanation of what all the governmental funds are, and basically have a class in what we're looking at. Because at this point, there seems to be a lot of confusion about the annual audit report and what we report in our financial statements. Thank you.
So that would just put more burden on our staff. So it sounds like you're proposing an audit by our staff. That's what we want to hire an auditor for, not to burden our staff.
I'm not asking them to do an audit. I am asking them to explain your pie chart, because your pie chart is not representative of what our budget does with the monies from general fund and Measure U to get to that 72%.
And this is just one part of it. But like I said, in the reports, it doesn't list Measure U taxes. On the expenditures, the budget expenditures sheet that lists everything, it says taxes. Measure U is not broken out anywhere.
It just seems like we have discrepancies on this pie chart, whether it's the entire general fund, including water or whatever. We need to get a better example of what's going on here. How long would it take for us to get the true value of what we have here, or the true pie chart on what it actually is?
Looking at the future calendar, I think it might be feasible to come back sometime after the mid-year budget presentation. So maybe
After
in
the
a
what?
month,
I'm sorry.
after the mid-year budget presentation, which is scheduled for the next meeting. So either about a month from now or 6 weeks. So 2 to 3 meetings from now.
Are we rushed to spend $1.2 million since we waited this long?
Again, it's not just the pie chart that has an issue. There are a lot of different things in here. This page right here that lists everything, page 21 from 2022, it says revenues, taxes. Where's the Measure U collection? They don't break it out. So
Why isn't it broken out?
So the ordinance 1918 specifically, and you read it earlier, Councilwoman Peterson, the proceeds from the transactions and use tax imposed by this article shall be deposited into the city's general fund.
That's by law.
That's the reason why it's not broken out, because it's required to be deposited into the city's general fund. And in accordance with GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles, under government accounting, you can't have more than one general fund, or you will not issue GAAP basis financial statements.
and that's where they made the mistakes in the beginning. They never set it up correctly so it could be accountable.
Where is it accounted for? I mean,
It's listed in the general fund opinion unit, which is, it says general fund. And in that general fund aggregates all of the local general source revenues, because it's required to be presented that way in accordance with GAAP. But if the council has any other authoritative literature that you would like to point me to, I'd be happy to research that.
I believe we need a better understanding of what we have here, because one person says one thing, another, and we need to get to the bottom of it for one thing. We need to get numbers that are true.
Might it be helpful if I invited our audit partner from the audit firm that the city uses to come out and talk with the council about that?
I'm open to anything that's gonna save us $1.2 million.
to address Councilmember Peterson's point that the Measure U revenues are not noted in the act for again, I'm not the city's finance director or the auditor. I'm looking at page 71 of the report for the year ending June 30th, 2022. That is the City of Hemet Measure U operating funds report. It does not have unaudited in parentheses on that page. I do see it in other pages, not on that page. And it has total revenues for the year ending June 30th, 2022 as 16,566,511. And then it includes the expenditures, which they break out into 4 general categories: salaries, supplies, internal service charges, and capital outlay at 13,185,054. So that may have the information. It may not be quite to the granular level of detail that I think a lot of the public has kind of asked for. Exactly what are these things funding? But it does appear to have how much Measure U revenue was collected that fiscal year and how much was expended.
And then as a reminder, we have published all of the transactions associated with Measure U funded expenditures on the city's website. So it's open and available to the entire public.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that. I've seen that. I've seen that, but that's on one page and then you have something else that's on another page that says it's different. And one says nothing about auditing and the other one says unaudited. So.
When we go for RFPs, I've seen when you can go after contracts with the federal government where they do a request for proposal, but they also have these options where they go out and they're almost asking for just to test the market analysis. So they'll ask just for quotes. Is it possible to put in a request for like quotes?
Certainly. Yep, we just have to tell any prospective bidders what it is we're asking them to bid on. And whether we characterize it as an RFQ or request for quotes or a formal procurement and RFP, it doesn't matter. We just have to tell any prospective bidders what it is that we would like for them to bid on, and then they will respond accordingly.
Do you guys feel more comfortable going that route versus just to get to see what because then
I'm okay with that.
I don't, because there's a part of me that doesn't believe that it'll end up being 1.2 million. I think it might come in significantly lower
or higher.
Hopefully.
We don't know.
My son.
And then in the meantime, maybe spell out some of these things, or to answer some of the comments that Councilmember Krupa and Councilmember Peterson brought up.
Certainly.
Councilmember Lilienthal, preparation of an RFP and just the process involved in that's going to take some staff time. It would be my recommendation that we bring back some clarifying information because I think we need some education on definitions of governmental activities, answer those questions. Essentially the $16 million, 16.5 is included in the larger number. But I think it would be helpful to have our audit partner walk us through that, and maybe we need a workshop for that so that we can spend some quality time, not have to do it during a regular meeting, but really get down to the nitty gritty and the granular level so that we have the basics in mind. This is something that perhaps we can invite our Measure U committee members to as well, just to provide some basic overall education. And I think it's also helpful to talk about general versus special tax and resolutions versus ordinance and just some additional context for this. This is a really important city revenue. I can promise you that it's vital to the city's performance, both economically And certainly operationally, it's critical for our police and fire departments. And it funds a number of positions that are doing incredible work on a daily basis. So we want to be very careful. We want to make sure that there's confidence in how this money is invested, which is why the city is taking as much transparency as we can with these revenues and placing every one of the dollars on the website. It's why we took a lot of time during the budget workshop last year to talk about the distinction on how the money would be broken down. 100% of Measure U proceeds are budgeted for police and fire, and 2/3 of that is distinctly for the police department, 1/3 for fire. And we want to make sure that everyone understands how it's budgeted as well as how it's expended. And sometimes during the year, operational departments will have different experiences. So we know that in some cases we're having trouble filling jobs this year. We're going to have some cost savings. We won't spend as much. And in other cases, we may spend more to deal with circumstances in the field. So sometimes the numbers at the end of the year look different than the beginning of the year. But I want to make sure that we're all comfortable with it. I also want to, I do want to recognize and acknowledge that it's an incredibly important revenue for this city. And ever since the voters said yes to Measure U, the city's finances have been on the upswing and crime has been on the downswing. And those are mega trends that are really valuable to our community.
With the update that comes back, could we get those stats, the percentage of the crime stats that have gone down since Measure U?
Sure.
Make a motion to get a class going of some kind.
I would make a motion to go with city manager's recommendation that we get the information we need, have an actual work study where we can all sit down and look at the same information at the same time and hear from the same professionals.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Krupa, second by Councilmember Kendrick. I'll do a roll call. Councilmember Kendrick.
Yes.
Councilmember Krupa.
Yes.
Councilmember Lilienthal.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peterson.
Can you repeat her motion?
To direct the city manager to provide I heard comprehensive report to provide to council on the inquiries provided by the city council. Is that clear? Or Councilmember Krupa, can you clarify your motion?
Basically, yes, it was what the city manager just said about having a work study, getting the information, getting the questions answered that have been brought up today, and having a total explanation of what all of these funds are and how they interact. So yeah, we need a work study on finance.
Yes.
Mayor Males?
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let's move on. We're gonna go into city council reports. Councilmember Linda Krupa.
The only thing I have to report is that the Library Board of Trustees has their monthly meeting Thursday, 1 p.m. in council chambers. And the rest of my meetings will be going on this next week, in the next 2 weeks. So that is it.
Oh, thank you.
That was short and sweet. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, it was. Who's up next? Carol. Oh, I'm supposed to be calling you, aren't I? Councilmember Carol Kendrick, please.
So I attended quite a few events. On January 31st, there was a community meeting, the Palm Communities, which Mr. Garrett mentioned he couldn't get into. That was regarding a project that partners with basically the city and RTA and a affordable project. It was very well attended. I think staff did a great job in engaging the community. I think there was a lot of good discussion. So I would love to see more things like that with the community engaged. On February 8th, we had our ad hoc committee meeting for the CDBG committee. And also on the 8th, we had a town hall meeting with Senator Bogue. That was very well attended. There were a lot of discussion items that came up regarding medical and housing and quite a few different things. And I do want to actually compliment Jillian. She was there as a resident, and both her and I were kind of put on the spot. We're trying to answer questions. So I really appreciate you being there and helping Senator Bogue facilitate the discussion. On Friday the 9th, I did my tour with Valleywide with the general manager and one of the board members. I got to tour some of the parks, and, you know, right after the rains, I also got to see some of the issues. So that was a great tour, and I really learned a lot about parks and kind of what they've got coming down the pipeline. And then right after that, I did a ride along with the gang task force. So I do want to just give my appreciation to Sergeant Reynosa and Detective Sobasek and all of the gang task force team. That was a very exciting ride along for me, and I think I'm hooked. And yesterday morning, I attended Coffee with a Cop at Starbucks. We definitely had a great showing from the police department. I was there for the first half, which I think there wasn't a lot of community members there. I guess it kind of picked up after I left, but I really enjoyed seeing some of the cops serving drinks and behind the counter. I thought that was great. And last night I did go to Fire Station 2. I just wanted to look at the facility. I would encourage my colleagues to kind of tour facilities, and I actually would encourage my colleagues to do all kinds of ride-alongs. I have a ride-along scheduled with Fire at the end of the month, and I'm also doing a ride-along with Public Works Building and Code. I'm trying to hit everybody, so I have a good understanding. And my RCA meeting was canceled due to the weather, so I have nothing to report on that. And I will be reporting at our next meeting on a meeting I have tomorrow for Cal League of Cities with Mayor and Council Member Roundtable. And that's all I have to report.
I don't have anything at this time. All of my meetings are in the future.
I like Council Member Kendrick.
Did I steal your thunder?
No, yeah, she kind of did. No, because you say a lot of the things that you do in the community, and I just pretty much, go with the script here. But I did a lot of the same things she did, and the meeting we had at the library for the new development, that was really a good meeting. And the developers, RTA was there, the developer, and who was the third entity?
The city? Yeah, it was city.
There was three.
Yeah.
Okay. So the developer especially was very impressed that we had that many people show up that were interested in this development and the whole concept of affordable housing and transportation nearby. And I thought staff did a really good job on setting it up, although it was a little crowded at one time, but that was okay. And I went to the senator's talk, and that was interesting. And she started out with like asking what issues were on people's mind. And we benefited from that too, because they were saying, that they were concerned about certain things within the city and state and federal government. So, and she's really an active senator, and boy, she's a busy lady. I don't know how she does it, but that was interesting. The rain did cancel the WRCOG meeting, and we did a Zoom meeting for the Habitat Conservation Agency. And of course, that was talk about the Stevens kangaroo rat, my little friend. And they're on a third year to document the trend of the population and how it's doing. And they said the full recovery is imminent. And some of the members of this committee will go to the state, and they'll probably take it off of the endangered species list very soon. And the only thing left they're doing is a genetic analysis, and they're working with the San Diego Zoo, which I thought was kind of neat. And they're also working with some of the military bases, especially like Camp Pendleton and, you know, open areas like that of the bases, because before they've never had access to those, and they're doing some kind of an agreement that they can get together and work with them for different kinds of plants and species that are on their bases and stuff. And they said that the kangaroo rat habitat conservation plan, it's a 30-year permit, and it expires in 2026 unless it's renewed. So I think probably, depending on what happens with the endangered species list, but we'll see what happens with that, because it's not just the kangaroo rat. Like I said, it's plants and this other animals too. So we'll see where that goes. But that was kind of an interesting meeting when they were talking about the future of what's happening with that. So this week we have our first ever Cal Cities joint meeting with Riverside County and San Bernardino County. And I'm looking forward to that, because the CEOs from both cities are going to be there, and a lot of the Cal City members in that, and it should be very interesting. And I think that will be good events. So that's all I have. You did.
You went on?
Yeah.
Oh, that was quick. I was also part of the Ochoa Bogue dynasty, and it was pretty good. She's good. The only thing I have here is a emailed letter to our city manager, which was forwarded to all the city council members. I can read this, right? From the desk of our Chief Michael Ariano. Since the separation of our traffic bureau and the ROCKS team, the ROCKS sergeant and his 3 detectives have remained very busy and successful. I hear them every day, first thing in the morning on Florida Avenue, even before they initially come to the station, already handling quality of life issues. I am very pleased with the amount of work they are handling and the difference they are making. As our staffing increases, my plan is to increase the staffing of this team. Here are some partial statistics for their first 6 days as a team, separate from the Traffic Bureau. I'm hoping you can share these with council members as well. 7 felony arrests, 4 new felony cases, 14 misdemeanor arrests, 8 new misdemeanor cases, 23 Hemet Municipal Code citations issued, 4 vehicles towed, 18 homeless housed. Now, this homeless, is this just in the hotels, or is this housed permanently, or? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, sir. And then 13 16x6 trash trailers dumped, 42 encampments cleaned out and removed, 62 trespassers removed, 4.11 grams of methamphetamine seized, 1 search warrant authored regarding an organized retail theft case from Lowe's, and 1 search warrant executed regarding that Lowe's theft case. I want to thank you, Chief Ariano, and to all the Hemet Police for your courageous and love for our city, and also to the fire department, because I see your fire trucks out there up and down Florida going to fires or going to accidents or something. You all do a great job. Thank you, and thank Measure U for being able to hire more fire and police officers. And that's all I have. So we're going to move on to ad hoc committee reports and council protocol ad hoc committees. I thought that was done with, or is that still open? That would be Peterson and Krupa.
Oh. No,
Protocol ad hoc committee.
We're just waiting on the city manager to do his final review.
Ah, okay. Clean up graffiti ad hoc committee, that would be us, Malcolm.
Yeah, the cleanup on the 12th.
Coming up. No, this
17th.
17th.
I was going to mention it.
Next Saturday. Is it this Saturday?
This Saturday.
Oh my God. Okay. Yes, you're right. So we do have a cleanup this Saturday. Hope to see everyone there. Business Outreach Ad Hoc Committee, Mel's Peterson. We haven't had anything lately, have we, on the business ad hoc?
We have been doing business walks every month. And
That's right.
we, I don't know who picks them, but the mayor and I get this email saying, hey, we're going to Page Plaza this month. And that's what we did just a week or so ago. We just missed the rain, thank goodness. So what we do is we have the city manager, we have somebody from the police department, we have the Chamber of Commerce, the mayor and I usually go. And we have handouts from the Chamber of Commerce. We have the 602s, right? Is that right?
602 forms.
602s, the form that lets businesses allow the police to go in after hours and remove anybody that is camping out illegally or, disturbing the peace or whatever, So it gives them permission to do that after hours if the owner's not around or manager. And the Chamber of Commerce does a great job giving out information on joining and how they can help the businesses in the town and stuff. So we've been doing this for, about 6 months now, 5 or 6 months now. And it's really interesting. And nobody knows we're coming. So there's like 6 people just walk into a store and it's like the police in the uniform and, city manager usually has a nice suit on or something, in the mirror. So they're kind of surprised at first, but then we tell them what we're there for. And it's interesting to hear their comments on what we're doing right and what we can improve upon. And we listen and we like the feedback that they give us. So we've been doing that. So thank you.
Okay, Caltrans Liaison Ad Hoc Committee, Peterson Grupo, were you going to say something?
If just to augment that, next Tuesday at 8 a.m. and for every month thereafter, we're going to pick a date that recurs. But the city will be partnering with the chamber to do a 30-minute Zoom call for all members of the business community to provide a brief little update on the city. So imagine us talking about the trash enclosure program, the vandalism relief program, things like that. And that will be the second half of our action item in our work plan. So this will be a recurring monthly type of event. The action item in the work plan was anticipated to be quarterly, but we think a half hour once a month is the right pace. We'll adjust if necessary, but we'll send invites out to everybody that wants to watch. And we'll record those for the business community as well. So this will be helpful for the chamber.
Caltrans Liaison Ad Hoc Committee, Peterson Krupa.
We haven't had a meeting for a while. In fact, our last one was canceled and nobody let us know. So Noah and I were the only ones on it.
CDBG Ad Hoc Committee, Lilienthal Kendrick. I don't think you.
We did. We met last week. I think the agenda needs to be updated because it's showing Peterson. And I've noticed that there needs to be some other updates as well, based on the changes that happened. But
So who's on the CDBG then?
What you want to add?
Oh, it is.
well,
I
he can
called
go
it,
off
right?
the appointments and update that.
Yes, we had a template issue. I am aware of the issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm like that. I'm kind of on some other stuff there. but-
Mayor Mills too. Yeah, there's a couple that weren't on his list. And so the previous agenda was correct.
Yeah.
However, after the posting, we noticed.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll get that corrected.
And the Banner Program Ad Hoc Committee, Krupa Males, I think that's going well. I think, yeah, we have the forms all set up, so that is going well. Veterans Memorial Ad Hoc Committee, we have Memorial Day coming up, so we'll have to get us some varmints, or veterans, so. And Strategic Plan Update Ad Hoc Committee, Kendrick and Lilienthal. Okay.
We haven't met on that yet.
All right, well, that's all the committees I have, and then now we'll move to the city manager report. City manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to reiterate, this Saturday, February 17th from 8 to noon, there is a cleanup sponsored by ACR&R in the city of Hemet at the Hemet Public Library. We enter the event from westbound Latham Avenue. And then I want to bring to everybody's attention, I've been asking for a recipe to be added to our city update so that people can perhaps experiment with what's there. And this month we have a gourmet at home, or this week we have a gourmet at home article in here. It's written by Alan Reyes, our communications and events coordinator. Just so happens his father is a professional chef in Newport Beach. And so we have a recipe here. I won't go into it. You'll all have to find it, but it's under updates from the city manager. People can find it. We'd love to have you on our mailing list so you don't miss these recipes and other events in town and spotlights on various city issues. So you can find it under updates from the city managers. It's the second button over on the left when you get to hemetca.gov, our city webpage.
Can I put my peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
We're looking for recipe recommendations. So if you have something to share, please share it with us.
Okay, got it. All right, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned to the next city council meeting on February 27, 2024. Thank you for joining us tonight.